And there we go. Sorry about that. Had to turn my mic on. A severe thunderstorm watch has been issued for areas along and west of I-35 until 10 p.m. this evening, as we have the potential for scattered storms capable of large hail and gusty winds. Now, this is not a guarantee that everybody sees stormy weather, but we've already got several areas that we are keeping an eye on, and this could unfold into some additional severe weather concerns for areas that are not yet seeing storms through the rest of this evening. Want to start in Gillespie County. This is the storm I've been watching now for a little bit over an hour, and this is a big hail producer. This has been producing hail at times as large as 2 inches in diameter. That is lime-size hail. That is ping pong ball to lime-size hail. As you can see, there's also a flood advisory. It's not what we meant to punch up. Let's punch up the severe thunderstorm warning. That is in effect until 7:15 now. And let's get in with our hail tracker and let's see what kind of hail this thing is still producing. So you can see the way that this has trended. Fredericksburg, it is pouring rain right now, and there is a concern for some minor flooding, but it is not hailing right now in Fredericksburg. But here's where the hail is, and it's still located close to Tivydale and Morris Ranch, along and south of the Pedernales River, right along the Highway 16 corridor, stretching over to the Highway 87 corridor over southern Gillespie County. Now, earlier, again, this was 2-inch in diameter hail. It does look to me like it's come down, but this could certainly still be, say, $half size hail. At 1.4, that could be, again, quarter to $half size hail. That is still falling there. Again, Tivydale, Morris Ranch. This section of southern Gillespie County is where we are seeing this very substantial hail core. Let me pull up some of the hail reports, and I'll show you what was seen earlier today over Gillespie County. Let's hop out. So these reports are from the hail core earlier, which was farther north in the storm, but I'll just punch some of these up for you. There's a 1/4-inch hail report 4 miles west of Fredericksburg on US 290. Again, the hail has been much larger than that. There's a 1.3-inch $half size hail report. Then here's another one, $half size hail. So $half plus size hail is what they've been tracking. And I'm keeping an eye on the National Weather Service chat too. So they have just updated. They're saying 1.25-inch diameter hail now. So they've brought it back down to $half size hail. Now, outside of this storm, we are also watching new activity, which is bubbling up to the north. And this is why I think the National Weather Service decided to pull a trigger on a watch. We've got this new complex of storms, which is severe north of Burnett County. And some of this activity could try and expand into our area. It's up near Lampasas right now. These are more hail-producing storms. As you can see, hail cores in there along with heavy rain. If this expands southward, it could be northern Llano County, northern Burnett County, some of the same areas that saw stormy weather back yesterday. Also want to mention with our Gillespie County storm, there's also a flood advisory. Now, this is where you get into the situation where we have a drought going on over Gillespie County. These are areas that desperately need rain, but when you get too much at one time, we do want to let you know there is minor flooding, but I think a lot of this rainfall is going to be welcome. The hail, not so much, but the rainfall we will take in this area. Here's why. Hey, look at that. Hey, and this is a bullseye right over the Pedernales River. Let's get this thing on a beeline to Lake Travis. Hopefully this helps with our lake levels a little bit. But let's see, radar estimate there. Wow, 3.8 inches of rain there between Kane City and Morris Ranch. 2.6, 3.5, 3.7. Yeah, we'll take this. Again, hey, I don't want anybody dealing with hail. And I know it's Father's Day weekend, probably not ideal, but let me show you why this is welcome. I'll get you over to the drought monitor. Yeah, and it is extreme to exceptional drought in this portion of Gillespie County. We'll keep an eye on our river levels here. Let's see. We do have a gauge there on the Pedernales River. Everything's still in the green. So we'll keep an eye on it, but there could be some minor flooding. So low water crossings, creeks, streams, that sort of deal, flood-prone areas, just be very mindful. But certainly the main concern is the hail potential with this storm. We are streaming right now on YouTube. We are streaming on Facebook, on KVUE Plus, all of our streaming sites. If you guys have any reports that you can safely pass along to us, we would greatly appreciate it. Alexa is saying, I hope Round Rock doesn't get hail this evening. I hope so too. But again, for Round Rock, we can't rule it out. Our severe thunderstorm watch was issued, and these are going to be the areas that have the greatest chance of scattered storm activity. Again, I'm not saying that it is a guarantee that there will be storms in Austin this evening. It is not, but it is a possibility. And if storms are able to form, large hail, gusty winds are going to be the main concern. This has, frankly, been kind of a tricky forecast. We know how warm and humid we are today, so the ingredients are there. But let me show you some of the latest high-res model data. Let's see if we've got some new model runs coming in. We do, so we'll go through this together. Prior model runs were really not showing any sort of storm activity. Now, I kind of picked up on this last night, and I tossed in 20% for today. But here's our high-res data showing storms continuing, again, between 9 and 10, and then weakening after, and the rest of the overnight's going to be dry. So this is a situation where the models are not going to be entirely useful for us, but we know it's warm, it's humid, scattered strong to severe storms are going to be possible in the watch area between now and 9 or 10 o'clock. I do have one more model that we can take a look at, our high-res graph model. I've been watching this one. It also, I think, the HRRR is underdoing things. The graph model, I would say, is overdoing things, but just for the sake of going through it with you, I will show you some of the data that we're looking at. Let's hop into this. Okay. It will load in here and take a moment. Here's our graph model. Again, it is not initialized perfectly, far from it, but it shows more potential for storms, especially northern I-35 corridor in the hill country, maybe working into Austin around 9 or 10 o'clock. Again, I would say that solution is probably overblown, but the drier solution is probably underblown. So it's going to be scattered storms between now and 9 or 10 o'clock this evening. Keon is saying, what about a tornado threat? This storm over Gillespie County has been broadly rotating. Let's check in on it. Tornadoes are not the main concern. I know that yesterday we did have a tornado warning over Llano County. Thankfully, there was no confirmed damage there. I don't want to say it's a 0% chance, but let's see what kind of rotation we are detecting in this storm. I've been watching it, and it's been very broad, and it looks like that continues to be the case. Yeah. It's got a little bit of a hook to it, but nothing is screaming tornado concern for me. In fact, earlier it looked a little bit more impressive with that hook to it. I'm still watching it, but overall my tornado concern is fairly low. So there is a new severe thunderstorm warning. Let's see what the deal is with our new warning. This new warning is going to replace the existing one, which does include Fredericksburg, but right now the hail potential in Fredericksburg is really coming down. It is still raining heavily and there's lightning and it's stormy and all of that, but the hail concern is shifting down to the south. So let's see what they're tracking with this new warning. This new warning will go until 7:45 for Gillespie, Kendall, and Kerr County. Gillespie County is obviously the one here in our KVUE area. They're saying 1.25-inch hail. So that is still going to be up to $half size hail with this storm. Justin, what about the Pflugerville, Round Rock area? Any storms reported there? Yet nothing going on right now in Travis County, including Pflugerville, Northeast Travis, Round Rock, Williamson County. It's all quiet, but I can't rule out a little bit of activity later on tonight. If it was going to be for the metro, it's probably still a couple of hours from now, closer to 9:30 tonight if we were going to see storms, and it's not a guarantee for you in Pflugerville. But here's our storm. Again, big hail producer still over Gillespie County. It's shifting southward. Hail potential is certainly still there. Morris Ranch has been just getting hammered with hail. Right now it is between Tivydale and Morris Ranch where the biggest hail is. Again, that blue is going to be hail up to $half size. Carrie saying, feels like storms skip right over Bastrop. Yep, Bastrop is not included in our watch. I do not expect stormy weather for the Bastrop area this evening. I apologize with all the dinging. When we're doing the stream like this, I just like to keep the phone notifications on. That way I get alerted and I don't miss anything. I don't want to skip over anything while we're talking on the stream here. I understand that can be kind of annoying, so I apologize. Any other questions here? Again, the concern right now is this big hail-producing storm over Gillespie County. Morris Ranch, Tivydale, and then right along Highway 17 over the Pedernales River. This is $half size hail, which continues to fall, but the hail risk for Fredericksburg is much lower than what we were tracking earlier. Outside of that, this has also prompted a flood advisory with a minor flooding potential. We have a radar estimate as high as 3.8 inches of rain over southern Gillespie County, and this is right over the Pedernales River. Right along the Highway 16 corridor there, not too far away from 87 either. This is going to be radar estimates upwards of 3 inches of rain, so minor flooding is possible, but this is an area that desperately needs rain. So again, I think the rainfall aspect of this is probably a net positive. We also have storms that are producing heavy rain that are now closing in on northern Burnett County. So let's do an update on these storms. And these are starting to get their act together. It looks like these are going to move in to northern Llano County and northern Burnett County. Do want to keep an eye on the rotation with these two. Yeah, a little bit of broad rotation. Again, mainly it's a hail, gusty wind concern through tonight, but like what we saw yesterday, it's not out of the question. From time to time, things tighten up and you get a little bit of a couplet there. Carrie says we need rain minus the hail. Absolutely. Tracy, does it look like the one in Bell County will come down into Florence? That is a possibility. Let's do a storm track here. I'm going to punch into the severe thunderstorm warning. Let's see what the speed is on these storms. They're saying moving south at 10. These storms capable of ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So let's do a storm track. I'm going to back the view out. Again, it is possible that these storms sag south into Florence. So here we go. Let's go storm track about like this. Again, these are approximations, not exact timings here. These are slowly drifting south, and what's going to be interesting, it's still 7 o'clock right now. Temperatures are in the 90s, if not the triple digits. There's still plenty of juice out there right now. Once the sun goes down, what happened last night is storms very quickly fizzled. We didn't have very good forcing last night. There's a little boundary here that may be able to prolong storms a little bit later, but it will be interesting to see how long these storms can hold together. I know they are strong to severe right now, but starting to get dark, temperatures dropping a little bit. It's possible that we could see a weakening trend at some point, but right now they're drifting south at 10 miles per hour. That would take it into Tao, northern Llano County by 7:12. So here in the next 15-20 minutes, and into Harker Heights 7:17, Lake Victor 7:11. And again, you can kind of drag that forward another hour or two, and if they do hold together, Florence, Briggs, Andis, Gerald, these areas could experience stormy weather. Carrie, I apologize, not a good storm chance for Bastrop this evening. Again, Bastrop is not included in the severe thunderstorm watch. These areas which are shaded in pink are going to have the highest likelihood of a storm, but even in these areas, it's not a guarantee that stormy weather develops. Just for the sake of it, want to check in on our temperatures. We hit a high of 103 today in Austin. We are now at 98. We have cloud cover. These are the cloud tops from the thunderstorms across the hill country that have blown into Austin. This is just like last night. And that has cooled things down a little bit, but it is still just crazy humid outside. Let me see what the heat index is. I mean, coming up on 7 o'clock, and it feels like a balmy 109. In Austin, LaGrange earlier felt like 119, currently feels like 114. And for those of you who missed it, there are two things that we're tracking for you: the storm chance this evening and also an excessive heat warning through this weekend. These are, I don't want to say completely rare. We had a couple of these back last summer, obviously, when it was tremendously hot, one of our hottest summers on record, but it's not every day that you get an excessive heat warning. It's a step up from the heat advisory, but we have one for tomorrow and for Sunday with heat index values up to 115. In fact, I would say they could be a little bit higher. Here's the hourly heat index for Austin tomorrow, showing 115 to 116. But getting back to our storm potential, here's our storm outlook. Again, it's a level 1 risk, but things have trended in the, I would say, more aggressive storm direction with it. And that's why the National Weather Service did issue a severe thunderstorm watch. Adelia says very hot in Kyle, some parts 102 to 107. Yeah, it's just brutal out there. I mean, it's the type of weather you walk outside. My fiance and I, we did a engagement photo shoot this morning, and it was 7:30. We're like pouring sweat. Even in the morning, we only dropped down to 81 this morning in Austin. That's actually a record warm low temperature. So back to the radar situation. Again, we've got two areas that we're watching. We've got the storm, which is right now over Gillespie County. I'll select the pen here so I can draw. We got a new stool, and I will say it's better than our old stool, but it's very slippery. It's like almost hard to sit on. So we've got this severe storm over Gillespie County. That one is essentially stationary. Initially, I was thinking, hey, that might try and drift east into the I-35 corridor. That one is not moving at all right now. It's just sitting, dumping heavy rain. But then we've got this activity up here, which is developed to the north, and a storm that is developed up north of Milam County. So we've got this activity. This will try to drift down to the southeast again. How long will it be able to hold together? We don't know. But this activity is going to be drifting southeastward, and it's possible it could make it into the metro. I would say Burnett and Williamson County and northern Llano County have the higher storm chance, though. So that's kind of the big picture as far as what we're watching right now. So far, don't have any warnings for this northern tier of our area with the storms that are moving in. We will see. We're kind of handing off from National Weather Service offices north of our KVUE area. It is the NWS Dallas. They are handing off to NWS Austin, San Antonio. We will see if they extend those warnings. Again, next up would be northern Burnett County. And to dictate that, we will check in on the hail cores. Yeah, there's certainly still hail cores in there, and there's going to be some gusty wind potential in there also. Just want to keep an eye. Again, last night, want to make sure nothing's trying to rotate on us. A little bit of spin in this little hook part right here. Big lightning producers too. In fact, what might be interesting, we can hop onto our Skycam too, and we'll see if we can see these from our Kalahari cam if we get it pointed north. Even our tower cam might be able to, although the cloud tops from that hill country storm might be obstructing it. Here, what I'm going to do, let's go into take you to the outer box. Then I'm going to put the router here for you. So this is our tower cam. Here's the situation in Austin right now. It is just a warm, humid evening. So let's get pointed up to the north. Yeah, we might be able to get a vantage point of this. Yeah, I think that's it. That's it right there, I think. We're obviously a ways away. There we go. Hey, check that out. That is beautiful. So there is our big thunderstorm anvil. I'll take that full for you. I mean, that is just remarkable. And again, if you guys ever have any pictures, we love to see your storm pictures. That's not just storm reports as far as hail and stuff like that, but if you've got, distant clouds and stuff, you can always tweet them to me at @Hunt_WX, or if you're watching on the Facebook stream, you can send them in via Facebook message, but Twitter is probably the easiest way for me to see them when we're doing a stream. That is just incredible. So let's go, let's go 3-box, just so we can keep a perspective on that. Beautiful. I'm going to toss the camera there in the top. So again, what we're looking at here is this storm. Obviously, Austin Skycam looking back in this direction. This storm activity, we're looking kind of across Lake Travis and up into northern Burnett County, where storms are starting to move in. Again, no severe warnings for northern Burnett County yet, but next up it is going to be northern Burnett County if they extend those. Let's see. Again, I'm keeping an eye on the National Weather Service chat, keeping an eye on Twitter, seeing if we've got any pictures or anything like that. In fact, I'm going to tweet out this. I'm going to take you to the. I'm just going to tweet out this photo real quick. Let's go outer box here. I apologize for the silence. Typing here. I'm going to go, let's go tower cam right here. Again, this is our perspective of a distant thunderstorm from our tower cam, which is in Westlake Hills near Austin, pointed up into the storms, which are now moving into northern Burnett County. We have an ongoing severe thunderstorm warning over Gillespie County. That storm is really just, it's nearly stationary. That's why there is actually that threat for minor flooding right now over Gillespie County, although it is an area that needs the rain. But those storms moving in from the north, I think, are going to be the ones that we need to watch as far as making it into a larger portion of our viewing area. All right, there we go. I apologize for the distraction. Got that one pushed out, so now we'll be able to get back to our radar. Oh, 1 second. There we go. All right, let's get you back to the radar here. This is what we were tracking. Again, we've got a complex of storms coming in. Third time's going to be the charm here. We got a new streaming software here. Obviously, it's given us a lot of options that we did not have in the past, but it's taken me a little second to get acclimated to things here. But we have a complex of storms coming into northern Burnett County. That, if it holds together, will be a Burnett County and then a Williamson County issue. And then we've got a nearly stationary storm, which is over Gillespie County right now. Hey, got a little hook to it again. Tornado's not my main concern, but we'll need to watch that. So first, let's start with the velocity just to see. Yeah, a little bit of broad rotation going on there. It's trying. The hook, though, is hanging down south out of Gillespie County. Hail potential is still the main concern. And man, I feel bad for the folks in Morris Ranch. It's been an hour and a half now of like near constant hail and sizable hail. Earlier, this had hail 2 inches in diameter. I do not think that it's 2-inch in diameter hail right now, but I do think that's hail that could be up to $half size right now over Morris Ranch. Hey, here's an update from the National Weather Service. Severe thunderstorm warning coming for far northern Burnett County, and it's going to be for 1 inch in diameter hail. So that's the storm that you're looking at here in the bottom right. That's the storm that is now going to prompt a new severe thunderstorm warning for northern Burnett County. So let's back out and let's analyze that. So here's where the warning is going to come for. I imagine this will pop on momentarily. It's going to be for quarter-size hail, so this is likely going to include Lake Victor, Naruna, these areas over northern Burnett County, the 281 corridor. We'll see, it might include Tau. It sounds like they're going to keep it into only Burnett County, but we'll find out here momentarily. It's going to be a hail threat, though. Quarter-size hail will be possible. Once they issue this warning, we'll get the speed, and we'll do another storm track on it. Man, just can't get over that view from our tower cam. That's beautiful. Of course, off in the distance, these storms can be 40 to 50,000 feet tall, so ways away, you know, you'd think 40, 50 miles away, no way you can see it. Well, when the thunderstorms are that tall and when you're on a 1,200-foot transmitter tower, it turns out that you can see them. So we'll wait here for a moment as the severe warning is going to come out shortly for northern Burnett County. We'll stay on that radar perspective. Keep an eye on the Facebook chat. Again, if you guys have questions, let me know. Linda says, will the Fredericksburg storm make it to Dripping Springs? The Fredericksburg storm is nearly stationary. That storm I don't think is going anywhere outside of Gillespie County. If anything, it's drifting to the south. So I do not think that that storm will be a factor for Dripping Springs. But the Dripping Springs area is included in our severe thunderstorm watch, so we will need to keep an eye out for some additional development, especially if this stuff swings down to the north and holds together. Michelle says, bring it to South Austin and just let it pour for an hour or two. Yeah, we could take the rain. I know a couple of weeks ago we had several rounds of rain, all that beneficial stuff in May. June has not been quite as kind to us, though. TJ says, will Liberty Hill see storms tonight? It is possible. In fact, these are going to be the storms that we are watching for Liberty Hill. Again, they're kind of moving down to the southeast. Once they issue that new warning, I always do this with the arrows. Once they issue the new warning, I'll do an official storm track for you. But it's possible these storms, if they hold together long enough southeast, these arrows, every single time I try and use these arrows, it does this. The point being, you get the idea. These storms are drifting down to the southeast, so if they hold together long enough, they could make it into Liberty Hill, but I'm not ready to guarantee that right now. The reason being, it's 7 o'clock right now, or after. Sun's starting to go down. Look, it's plenty warm and humid right now, but last night it didn't take long once the sun went down for storms to fizzle. It's possible storms could fizzle. In fact, they fizzled last night on approach to Liberty Hill. Want to check in on the rainfall rates over Gillespie County as they, again, are imminently going to issue a new severe thunderstorm warning for northern Burnett County. Here is our Gillespie County storm, which is still producing big hail near Morris Ranch. It is not hailing right now in Fredericksburg, but there is a flood advisory. In fact, might be getting close to flood warning criteria here, and this is why. Yeah, look at these totals. Again, an area that really needs rain. But we know when you get rain, too much of it at one time, got to watch this flooding concern, especially across the hill country. So here we go. At 4-inch radar estimates, if we start getting 5 to 6 inches, again, they might pull the trigger here on a flash flood warning. The reason being, it's pouring heavy rain and this storm is just not moving anywhere. I'll just punch up a bunch of these numbers from Kane City up to Fredericksburg. I mean, I've got a number of LCRA sensors out here too. We can get into those coming up here in a moment. And I know we are streaming on YouTube as well. I believe we don't have it with, yet comments are turned off, but I see we've got a number of folks who are streaming with us here on YouTube. We appreciate it. Again, if you have questions for us, my Twitter at @Hunt_WX. You can tweet me, send me a Twitter message, Instagram message, anything like that, and we'll try and get that covered for you. But again, right now we are waiting on a new severe thunderstorm warning, which is about to be issued for far northern Burnett County. It looks like the NWS is still drawing that one up, but we've got all sorts of heavy rain right now over Gillespie County and a hail threat that continues over Morris Ranch. So northern Burnett County about to get in on a T-storm warning. Hey, here's some new development out near Harper in far western Gillespie County. Let's see what that's doing. That is tracking towards the existing storm, so that's probably going to get sucked up into that same larger storm. And we're going to get even more rain. That's going to move into Harper. Again, drought monitor, hey, we'll take the rain out here, but I do want to watch that flooding potential for you. In fact, what I'm probably going to do here in a moment once they issue that Burnett County warning is we'll get into the LCRA site, and what we can do there is we can kind of watch the stream flow, we can watch river levels, all that stuff, just to make sure nothing's looking fishy out there. All right, here I'll get you back to the radar while I'm looking at that rather than the drought monitor. Those are the hail reports. Here is again northern Burnett County, where we do expect pretty imminently that there will be a severe thunderstorm warning issued for hail that could be up to quarter size. Here, let's I'm going to toss the router up here in this box, and let's switch actually to our Kalahari cam. That's going to be a little bit closer, and we'll see what kind of perspective we can get from Kalahari. There we go. So here is our Kalahari cam in Round Rock. And we'll get this turned around to the northwest. Right now we're kind of looking north. Might be just kind of under the cloud anvil here and not have a good perspective, but let's turn around, see what we can see. Yeah, it's pretty. Yeah, I think this, now we're starting to look into these storms. There we go. Yeah, again, not getting too much texture there from this vantage point, but man, I'll tell you what, our tower cam right now is just unreal. I'm going to put this back in the box and show you our tower cam. Again, we've got just a really unique perspective into this storm, which is moving into Burnett County. We're looking at it from a distance, but because we're way up on our tower, our camera's about 1,200 feet in the air, and these storms are, 40 to 50,000 feet tall. I mean, look at that. I mean, you can just see a little bit of mammatus there on the bottom side of the thunderstorm anvil. Again, you've got just this really strong updraft, and at some point, the air that goes up has to come down, so you get these little sinking pockets of air on the bottom side of the thunderstorm anvil. We call those mammatus clouds. That is just incredible. I mean, right at sunset too. I mean, beautiful. I apologize if you're not into nerding out about thunderstorm clouds like I am, but that is just incredible. So we'll leave that in the double box, and I'll get you back to our radar. Interestingly, they still haven't issued that warning for northern Burnett County. They said in the National Weather Service chat that they would. Yeah, unless I'm missing something, yeah, I don't think that they have issued that yet. Let's see what the hail potential is doing here, though. We'll go back to the triple box, and I'll hop into one of these days. I'll get it right first try. We'll hop into our hail tracker. Yeah, so here's the hail that is coming in about like that, and it is about to make it into northeastern Burnett County. So Lake Victor, I want to give you a heads up. Another hail core up there near Lampasas that we'll need to watch. Lots of lightning too, and this is going to graze by Lake Buchanan. And we've got some lightning strikes over the northern edge of the lake right now. Probably not good to be out on the boat right now. I would recommend, if you've got friends or family out there, tell them to come on in. So this storm out near Harper is also pulsing up over Gillespie County. Hey, here is our flood warning for Gillespie County. Told you it looked like that was a possibility. This will pop onto our screen here momentarily. There it is. Let's hop into the details with our flood warning. Until 10:15. So let me pull up, I'm going to pull up the text of the warning here, see what exactly they are tracking. All right, that's, here I'm going to have to look over here on the National Weather Service chat to get the warning there. So here's what they're saying. Radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rains across the warned area. Between 1 and 3 inches of rain has already fallen. Flash flooding is expected or ongoing. Hazard, life-threatening flash flooding. Thunderstorms producing flash flooding. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Fredericksburg, Tividale, Kane City, and Grapetown. All of these areas, southern Gillespie County, and this warning goes right up to southern Fredericksburg. Although the heaviest of the rain is just south of Fredericksburg, we do have the potential for flooding there. All of the notifications coming in via Twitter. So again, new flash flood warning. This was the area that was previously under a flood advisory for more minor flooding. I told you it looked like that might be a possibility, and they have in fact upgraded. Again, I'm looking here on the LCRA hydromet at the stream flow. Obviously, creeks and streams could be swollen. Looking at the river stages here. So the Pedernales River south of Fredericksburg. No dramatic rise there yet. We've also got South Grape Creek, which is in this vicinity. No dramatic rise there either. But y'all know how this works. It starts with the creeks and the streams and then works its way through the system. So folks in Gillespie County, y'all know the areas that normally flood. Avoid those spots and never drive through any flooded roadways. It's not worth it. Turn around, don't drown. And with this new rain coming into Harper, that could kind of prolong things a little bit longer. In fact, I do want to see what's going on with this Harper storm and see if that tries to get a little bit of a hail core to it. I mean, and by the way, just how stunning is this? Again, that is the Burnett County storm, which is moving into the northern tier of our area as seen from our tower cam. So this Harper storm, I don't think it's producing hail yet. Let's see. Well, Went too soon. Yeah, reflectivity didn't look too impressive, but this is likely going to prompt another severe thunderstorm warning for Harper momentarily. I would expect that to come in here in the next couple of minutes. Harper, I do want you to take your hail precautions right now. Hail core coming in, especially on the south side of town. This is right along 290. Don't want anybody driving with this big hail core coming in. This is going to be hail that could be quarter to $half size again. So I would expect a new severe thunderstorm warning for that section of the storm as well. The good news with the ongoing storm that we've been watching is there's still hailing in Morris Ranch. I mean, this is like 2 hours of hail now. But the bigger hail is now shifting south of here into Kerr County, which is south of our KVUE area. Some folks on the stream might still be watching from there. Okay, and we finally got our severe thunderstorm warning for northern Burnett County too. Let me pull up the timing on that. So it's a severe thunderstorm warning, which includes northern Burnett County and the Lake Victor area until 7:45. I would imagine this is for quarter-size hail. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail possible with this. I didn't get the motion there. I do want to do a storm track. Moving east at 25 miles per hour. Okay, let's do a storm track. Also looks like that storm up near Killeen has sparked a new severe thunderstorm warning. And again, we're getting close into an area where Florence and Gerald and Briggs and those areas are going to be involved if this activity holds together and keeps pushing south. Okay, let's do storm track on this. Let's do it from the, well, hail's back a little farther. So this is not going to be for the onset of the rain. This is going to be more so the onset of the hail, but we'll trace this forward east at about 30. And again, Briggs, do want you kind of keeping a heads up on things here. Briggs, you're not currently included in any warnings, but this could impact you. Lake Victor, as far as the hail is concerned, our system is saying about 7:47, but you are already getting into some heavy rain right now in Lake Victor. Again, new severe thunderstorm warning for northern Burnett County until 7:45. I do want to watch the Briggs area and also want to watch northwestern Williamson County down the line as this activity keeps trying to work farther southward. But again, it's tricky here. The models have really struggled with the placement of storms here. And now as we get into 8 o'clock, sun's going to set. We're going to start losing some of that energy that has helped spark storms so far. And that is why it's not a guarantee that storms make it into places like Georgetown and Round Rock and Austin. It's not a guarantee. The storm over Gillespie County is not moving. These storms up over northern Burnett County, the southward progression is pretty slow, drifting south only about 10 miles per hour. Alexa says 290 time frame for hail. Where exactly are you? Alexa, I can give me a town name and I can give you a better estimate here. Again, we've got hail potential, which is continuing. Harper is getting into hail now. Again, they have not yet severe warned that. I bet that's going to change here soon. Again, National Weather Service is juggling several severe storms right now. But there we go. There, just as we said it, there's our new severe thunderstorm warning, which does include Harper. So let's get into the timing on this one. New warning until 8:15. Let me see what kind of hail potential they're tracking with that one. I would imagine this is probably going to be another. Nope, okay, so a new warning, western Gillespie County, 60-mile-per-hour winds possible and 1-inch hail possible. So they're saying quarter-size hail is possible there. Coming into Harper, again, this is a new storm in addition to the ongoing storm that's now been going for 2 to 3 hours over the more southern portions of Gillespie County. So let's go. We're going to have several hail cores, but let's track it. Hail cores coming down in intensity now south of Fredericksburg near Morris Ranch. But they're saying this could be quarter to $half size hail coming into Harper. Folks are asking about the 290 corridor. Again, I'm assuming you're right around in this Harper area. The worst of the hail right now is just to the south, but there is some small hail in Harper right now. Depending on where you are, it's possible that this could stay south of parts of the 290 corridor, but prepare for the potential for quarter to $half size hail. And again, the other aspect to this is also the flood warning. This was issued about 10-15 minutes ago. Flash flood warning until 10:15 for Gillespie County. We've got radar estimates that are 3 to 5 inches of rain that's already fallen. Yep, and that continues to increase, and it is right on the Pedernales River. Again, an area that needs rain, but I'm watching those stream levels very closely for you. Look at that, 4.7 inches, the radar estimate there. I'll just punch up a bunch of numbers in this area. Yeah, just some big time rain there in Gillespie County. Let's see, I got to hop over here to Twitter real quick and see if we've got any new reports coming in. Again, what you're looking at in the bottom right of your screen, that is the Burnett County storm, which is rolling in. Not seeing any new reports coming in. Latest from the NWS chat is still just an update on that new severe thunderstorm warning for western Gillespie County and the Harper area. And here's the bigger picture for you on this Friday evening. I'm going to look at some of the hydromet rain gauges here. Let's see what, so obviously we've got the and you know what? Here, let me. So the LCRA sensors that I'm looking at here have much lower totals. The biggest that I can find is 10 miles west-southwest of Fredericksburg, north of Morris Ranch at only an inch. Now that I think about it here, what could be happening in some of the radar estimates could be getting some hail contamination. When you've got big hailstones up there, that spikes the reflectivity, and obviously the radar system uses the reflectivity to simulate what it thinks the rainfall rates are. If you've got ice and stuff up there, spikes the reflectivity, makes the computer think maybe it's raining a little bit harder than it actually is. With that being said, again, NWS is saying 1 to 3 has already fallen, an additional 1 to 3 is possible. Nonetheless, no matter how much rain exactly it is, flooding is possible right now over Gillespie County, especially for areas south of Fredericksburg. Let's do kind of a bigger picture reset here. This is our severe thunderstorm watch. As you can see, it includes Llano, Gillespie, Blanco, Burnett, Williamson, Travis, Hayes County until 10 p.m. Main concerns, large hail, gusty winds. We have a marginal level 1 out of 5 risk for just about our entire KVUE area, but again, it's the areas in the watch that are going to have the best opportunity for storms. Models have really struggled. Let's see if we have any new high-res data that maybe is doing a little bit of a better job. It's a new run. Doesn't look like it's doing that much better. Yeah, that's not going to be very useful. Again, the idea is that we will continue to see this activity between now and sundown. Again, 9-10 o'clock, I think this stuff's going to start to fizzle. That's what happened last night when the sun went down. You lose some of that energy from the daytime heating and things pretty quickly. Go to bed for the night. But let's see what our graph model is showing. Again, this model has, probably is doing a little bit better on the coverage, but doesn't have the placement right. It has storms actually making it into the I-35 corridor around 9 or 10. Certainly not a guarantee that that's how things play out. Heat index values for you this evening, though. How about this? It is 7:30 in the evening, and it feels like 109. Right now in Austin, it feels like 112 in Llano. Air temperature high today was a daily record 103 in Austin. Excessive heat warnings now in effect along and east of the I-35 corridor until Sunday. And that is because the humidity is just crazy outside. The dew point temperature is 81 in LaGrange. This is getting kind of into a little bit of the science. Basically, the higher the dew point, the more humid it is. Dew point is the true measure of humidity in the atmosphere. The relative humidity obviously changes depending on what the temperature is, even if the overall humidity does not change. Dew point is the overall absolute measure of humidity in the atmosphere. When we're over 70, that's considered very humid. When you start getting 74, 75, that's extremely humid. When you start getting low 80s, that is just crazy humidity. And that is why we have these crazy feels like temperatures. And here's the hour by hour feels like temperature for tomorrow. It's going to be 115 to 116 again for Austin. We were as high as 114 today in Austin. Madison is watching right now out at Lake Buchanan. Now lots of lightning north of the lake, not raining yet. Let's head back up to those northern storms. And speaking of, Carrie says, is Lampasas considered part of the viewing area? No, the northern extent of our area is Burnett and Williamson County. Lampasas is one of the first counties out. Fortunately, we're not on TV right now. We're on the internet, so I can talk about whatever you want. So if you want me to go over Lampasas, just let me know. But it is not technically a part of our 13 county KVUE viewing area. By the way, as I'm going through some of the Twitter reports here, another interesting note, it is June, it's hurricane season. There's now a 70% chance of a tropical system developing over the open Atlantic in the next 5 days. Just another interesting note to throw out there, in addition to our severe weather chance and our ridiculous heat. Here, let's go back to the tall box here for a moment. So severe weather right now over Lampasas. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning for northern Burnett County with this storm. So I forgot your name. Madison right now is out at Lake Buchanan, and you're getting lightning certainly on the north edge of the lake as the storm is just up to the north of Lake Buchanan. It's north of Tau, but it's moving more easterly. Well, I say that. Tau, you are about to get into some heavy rain. We'll see how far over the lake it makes it. Now, still, I'd advise people to be off the lake just because we have lightning in the vicinity and it's getting dark, probably time to head in for the evening. But the hail potential right now is starting to drift into Tau. Hey, just got to update. SPC is updating the severe thunderstorm watch. I'll wait for that graphic to load in and then I'll show it to you guys. Hail right now, hey, if this keeps going southeast like this, it may be more of a Tau issue than a Lake Victor issue, but this is hail that could be $quarter to $half size. No part of Llano County is in the warning, but again, that kind of far northeastern corner, you are getting clipped by it. Meanwhile, this activity up around Lampasas and Killeen, if this holds together, it could impact places like Briggs, like Florence, and Jarrell and Andis. You know what? It's Andis, right? I have this written down in my binder of pronunciations. I feel like this one always trips me up. Andis, right, over Williamson County. If you guys can correct me on that, I appreciate it. Just want to double check while we've got a live studio audience here. So that's the situation for the northern tier of our area. It is still just pouring rain. We've still got several hail cores over different parts of Gillespie County. In fact, it looks like that Harper hail core is coming up a little bit. Well, this is looking like some small pea-sized hail or so near Morris Ranch, quarter-size hail south of Harper. And then we've got more hail, which is south of our area entirely in Kerr County. Let's see, what's the situation now on the length of our severe thunderstorm warnings here? So we've got the main warning for the original storm that goes until 7:45, so another 10 minutes. Here's actually a new severe thunderstorm warning just coming in for parts of Llano County. Now I'll take you to that momentarily. This warning goes until 7:45. The new warning for Harper goes until 8:15. Now let's see what so here's the new warning. So I was mentioning that, hey, it's now starting to get more southeast rather than just east. So Tau, you now have a severe storm moving in, capable of hail. This severe thunderstorm warning is until 8:15. Let's see what kind of hail size they're tracking here. They're saying 60-mile-per-hour winds and $half size hail. That is what is moving into Tau right now. Other areas that could be impacted, Buchanan Dam. This is going to cross right over the lake. Buchanan Dam, don't want anybody out in the water right now. Buchanan Lake Village, Lake Victor are included in this new warning too. Inks Lake State Park, Sunny Lane, Bluffton, Tau, and Longhorn Cavern State Park. Big Father's Day weekend, we might have a lot of folks who are out camping. Yeah, just a bad situation. If you're watching on your phone right now and you're out, somewhere where you're exposed, again, I would try and get to something that's site built or something a little bit sturdier. Again, because there's the hail potential, also some gusty straight line winds in here that could be 50 to 60 miles per hour. Hey, there's just watching this velocity signature. Yeah, watching a little bit of weak rotation there over Tau. We'll keep an eye on that as that dives down to the south. Also worth noting, man, busy to our north. We've got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Waco and Temple and Rosebud. This storm also diving down southward, trying to. If that one holds together, that could be a Milam County issue. Madison, who is out on Lake Buchanan right now, says the wind just picked up significantly out here. Yeah, I'd imagine make sure you're indoors, hunker down. Madison, again, that new severe thunderstorm warning does include you guys as that storm is now trying to dive down to the south a little bit. Courtney says, do you think this storm will make its way to Andis/Lake Georgetown, or will it die down? Let's talk about that. So getting back over here, centered over Georgetown and Lake Georgetown. So here we are. The storm, as the crow flies, let's measure this out. Storms are still about 20-25 miles away. Now, if they hold together here in the next hour, at the current speed, they could be moving into Georgetown, Lake Georgetown area. However, it is not a guarantee that these storms do completely hold together. Again, our severe thunderstorm watch is until 10 o'clock. The reason it ends at 10 is as we get later into this evening, sun is starting to go down. We're starting to lose a little bit of energy. So, again, to answer your question, it's certainly possible there could be stormy weather about an hour from now in Georgetown, but it's just not a guarantee. And honestly, if I had to guess, I'm kind of leaning towards these storms weakening before they make it that far south. Again, not a guarantee, but that's kind of what I'm leaning towards. Again, last night these things did pretty quickly diminish, although again, it's still plenty warm and humid outside, so there might be juice even into the early overnight for these storms to continue. Sharon is asking about Lago Vista. Again, Northwest Travis, you are under the severe thunderstorm watch until 10 p.m. It's another situation, same thing for Lago Vista, in fact, even more so. Just a matter of how far south can these storms make it. We've got the severe storm over Burnett County, so that one is moving southeast. If it holds together long enough, it could be a factor for Lago Vista, Northwest Travis. But as of now, not under the gun of any current warnings, but I can't rule that out later on this evening. Any other questions? Again, keep an eye on Facebook, on YouTube, on Twitter, all of that, as well as the NWS chat. Y'all let me know if there's anything you'd like to pass along or if you have any questions here. Let's do another little Skycam tour while we're at it. Let's go into the outer box and I'll toss put this back up for you. So this is the tower cam view that we've been watching. We were very zoomed in on the storm, which is now moved into northern Burnett County. Our view getting kind of obscured now, but beautiful nonetheless. Let's see, I'm trying to look around. See if there's anywhere we'd get a better vantage point. Kalahari Oasis still not looking great either. Just getting into a lot of cloud cover right now. I'll show you what's going on right now in Austin as well. Here is our Zach camera. Brand new on South Congress at the Zach Theater. NWS is continuing those ongoing warnings for Burnett and Llano counties. Back into Fredericksburg, where this is an escalating flood situation right now in Fredericksburg. The reason being, we've got this storm that hasn't moved. That one tried to move down to the south a little bit, and now replacing it is a new storm over Harper. And notice even back behind it, there's even more rain developing. So I think we're going to have more prolonged rain here over Gillespie County. So I do see the flood threat continuing here. In fact, the flood threat could even expand into more western portions of Gillespie County. I'm going to keep a close eye on our river levels here. Again, because it's been so dry. Funny enough, you know who just texted me is Shane Hinton, who is in Fredericksburg right now. Shane, if you want to do a live report for us, we'll take it. Shane is out trying to enjoy his weekend, as many of you probably are, in Gillespie County, and obviously it is just dumping rain right now. Still completely in the green, no flooding right now with the Pedernales River sensor, which is south of Fredericksburg. Good news. Again, because it's been so dry, there's plenty of room in the Pedernales River. But I do want to keep an eye on some of those smaller creeks and streams. Let me get back into my hydromet sensor here. And so far, again, everything looks fine as far as the Pedernales River. Again, in just a situation, there's plenty of room there. I'm loading up some of the information. Yeah, I'm looking. So the Pedernales River near Fredericksburg, south of town, it is only currently at about 5 feet. Bank full stage is 12 feet. Flood stage is 22 feet. So that's how much room there is. What's more of a concern is those smaller creeks and streams. I'm looking at some of them here. You got Mud Creek, Nassau Creek, Bear Creek, Wolf Creek, Delaware Creek, Salt Creek, Pecan Creek. All of these areas, those smaller little tributaries, those are much more prone to flooding. Hey, looks like they're going to expire one of the Gillespie County severe warnings as the hail threat is winding down. Ask Shane if he wants to do a little live report for us since he's in Fredericksburg. So we will wait and see. One of these warnings is about to drop off of here. Looking at the hail tracker here, I would imagine this bigger warning is going to drop off, and the hail has come down in intensity south of Harper. But there's another hail core that's building in back to the west again. We'll have to watch how that tracks. But my concern here is kind of shifting from hail to flooding over Gillespie County. Again, there is a flood warning for Gillespie County. Southern Gillespie County, this is from Fredericksburg down to the Kerr County line. And there is still more rain out there. I hope that this thing can kind of rain itself out. Again, hey, this is tremendous help for the drought situation. Problem is, we just don't want to start getting a half foot plus of rain and then all of a sudden we run into significant flooding issues. We do want beneficial rain, but all of this at one time, I just want to, avoid any, major flooding issues. So we'll see here momentarily. I believe at 7:45, one of these warnings is going to drop off. Again, the flood warning is going to continue until 10:15, but I think that big severe thunderstorm warning is going to be allowed to expire. We will find out together here in about 1 minute. A few more hail reports trickling in from Fredericksburg. Quarter-size hail being reported 4 miles west-southwest of Fredericksburg. Hey, this is interesting. They noted they have had 4 different rounds of hail. I was saying the same thing from Morris Ranch. I mean, it's just hail core after hail core for some areas is like near constant. Keeping an eye on NWS chat and all of that. Okay, so there we go. Looks like our severe thunderstorm warning has dropped off. So that southernmost severe thunderstorm warning is no more. Again, my concern here is shifting from what was primarily a, I'm gonna hop into the box here. What was primarily a hail concern is now primarily a flood concern of mine. And we're gonna have to watch these rainfall rates and these rainfall accumulations very closely. I mean, look at that. Again, I just want to be a little bit cautious here because there may be some contamination from hail impacting the reflectivity that kind of affects the way that the radar simulates how much rain has fallen. But I mean, that is closing in on a ½ foot of rain. The radar estimates there right on the Pedernales River, south of Fredericksburg and east of Morris Ranch. Significant rain. This is why the flash flood warning is in effect. Again, the Pedernales River has plenty of room left. It's at 5 feet. Flood stage begins at 22 feet. But I am more concerned about the creeks and streams that move into that. Obviously, those are more prone to flooding on a short notice. They're not as large, so a big rush of rain causes bigger issues. So please do not drive through any flooded roadways for me over Gillespie County. Just not a night where you want to risk that, especially in the dark. You just get yourself into a situation that is not what you want to be in. All squared away in the Facebook chat. No further questions coming in. Again, we've got a batch of storms coming into the northern tier of our area, and then we've got this slow moving storm over Gillespie County also. Let's get back to our northern storms and check in and see what they are doing. So here's the situation. Big storm right now, which is severe, over the far northern edge of Lake Buchanan near Tau. This has prompted a severe thunderstorm warning. Let's see, when does this one goes through 8 p.m. Well, that's the San Saba warning. Let's get the Llano, Burnett County warning. Our warning goes until 8:15. Wow, and the hail potential's really come up on that. Okay, so don't like the look of that. This is a big hail core over Tau and over the northern edge of Lake Buchanan, north of Bluffton. This is going to be hail probably upwards of $half size. Let's see what the radar is estimating. Yeah, that's up close to 2 inches in diameter. So that could be golf ball to lime size hail over northern Burnett County right now. I'm going to see if we have any reports coming in. Turn on the hail reports. Not seeing anything there, but that's a big time intensifying hail core. That's more of a destructive storm, which is now over the northern edge of Lake Buchanan, and this is moving southeast. And I do want to give you a heads up on the current heading. If it holds together, could be an issue for Burnett proper. Let's get the motion. I'm going to do a storm track on this for you. Yeah, so they've upgraded now. They're saying 2-inch diameter hail. So that would be up to lime size. And 60-mile-per-hour winds. Locations impacted include Buchanan Dam, Buchanan Lake Village, Lake Victor, Inks Lake State Park, Sunny Lane, Bluffton, Tau, and Longhorn Cavern State Park. Moving southeast at 15. So let's do a storm track. Here, I'm going to pause this. This is going to be approximate timing for the biggest part of the hail core. Again, on the current track, this could be a factor for Burnett, and that, if it holds together, is going to be around 8:14, 25, 30 minutes from now. Gandy 819, you are also potentially in the path of this storm if it holds together. Again, I'm hoping now that the sun's going down, we get these things starting to weaken, but this storm has done the opposite. It is an intensifying hail core. This is a destructive storm. It is producing hail up to 2 inches in diameter. That means hail ping pong ball size to lime size, which right now is over Taos. It's over the northern edge of Lake Buchanan. In fact, one of our Facebook viewers was watching from that same area. Madison, any update? I don't know if Madison is still watching. She was in the same area. If you have any hail reports, again, if you could tweet them to me at Hunt_WX. Sorry says, crazy weather, marginal level pretty much all week and daily severe weather warnings. Yeah, I'll tell you, this has been kind of a tricky weather forecast storm-wise. We know it's going to be hot. The reason the forecast is tricky with the storms is that most people have stayed completely dry this week, but each day where the storms have formed, they've caused issues. So it's a situation where you get nothing or you get severe issues, and that's why it's been pretty tricky to forecast. But again, right now, big hail core over Taos, over the northern edge of Lake Buchanan, and it is drifting southeast at 15 miles per hour, and it's heading towards Burnett if it holds together. Alexa says, June the last month of hail chances. No, we can get hail really at any month of the year, but into July and August still. I mean, I think the rain chances are going to be kind of wrapping up as we get further into the summer. I mean, generally you just get into a situation where it's less rain and just really hot. I hope hail kind of dwindles, but we could still have hailstorms, at least scattered hailstorms later into the summer. So with regards to Gillespie County, it looks like they've issued a warning. Man, that storm has really just blown up. And again, do want to keep an eye on the rotation. It's got that kind of flying eagle look to it. Nothing imminently concerning there. Again, keeping an eye on this stuff from Milam County. The only severe warning now for Gillespie County is the deal over Harper. And look at that. I mean, still, this thing is just dumping rain. We'll need to watch for maybe some more minor flooding even over western Gillespie County as well. We are getting now, I mean, look at this. I gave you the disclaimer. Again, there could be some hail contamination here where that makes the reflectivity really high and then kind of spikes the radar estimates, but we've got a radar estimate of 7.2 inches of rain. Man, okay, I'm going to go back over here to the LCRA Hydromet. See what we've got confirmed in rain gauges. Yeah, interestingly, the biggest total I have in a rain gauge is 1.61 inches. So I don't have any gauge reports of anything too crazy, but here, let me try and pinpoint where exactly this is relative to, so that's going to be right there along 16. Yeah, I think what's happening is there's just not gauges in that spot. That is certainly a tremendous amount of rain. Again, there is a flash flood warning now for southern Gillespie County until 10:15 tonight. And there is still more rain on the way. Again, my main concern is no longer hail potential, although there is still some hail. My main concern is no longer hail potential, it is flooding over Gillespie County. Getting some Twitter pictures sent in to me. Again, I appreciate everybody who sends in their reports. The LCRA side is not happy with me today. It's been a little slow to respond, but again, those smaller creeks and streams, and y'all know the flood-prone spots, those are going to be the areas that we need to watch very, very closely. Tracy, lots of thunder and lightning in northwestern Wilco right now. Yeah, so, and folks are asking about Round Rock. Let's talk about Williamson County. So what you're seeing in Williamson County now is probably the storm which is up north of Briggs. And that is now going to move into Florence. Florence, you have a storm. This storm is not severe at the moment. Let's see if it's got any hail in it. This is not a severe storm. Maybe a little bit of small hail moving into North Florence. It is not severe, but we do have some rain, and that's probably the lightning that you're seeing there as well. What I'm going to do here for 1 second, I'm going to put you on the radar loop for a moment. I need to grab a bite to eat real quick. I just want to make sure I do that before we get into, 9 o'clock and 10 o'clock, and all of a sudden we're into the newscast. I'm going to eat something real quick. I'm going to put you on the radar loop again. Give me like 10-15 minutes, and then I will hop right back on here for you and keep you covered through the rest of this evening. All right. Hello, everybody. I'm back. Apologize. Had to step away, grab a little bit of food, but wanted to hop back on and continue updating you on the situation. So now really 3 areas of storms that I am watching. Let's start up here in Milam County. Right as I stepped away, there was a tornado warning issued just north of the KVUE area. This does not include any part of our KVUE area right now, but if this storm held together, it would move into northern Milam County. Now, I've been very closely watching the rotation here, and the signature is not as tight as it was earlier. In fact, about 10 minutes ago, this thing looked pretty impressive, and I was saying, hey, we need to get ready to go in the air here for Milam County. Now, there is certainly still some gusty straight-line wind in here. I don't see the same tight couplet, so it remains to be seen what the National Weather Service in Dallas, who controls this area, is going to do. It is possible they could extend that into northern Milam County. I'm leaning towards at this moment that they will likely not extend a tornado warning, but will likely do a severe thunderstorm warning with the tag tornado possible. Obviously, that could change, and that will involve us going on air if they issue a new tornado warning. For that, we will keep a very close eye on it for you. Hey, new activity going up close to Gerald. This is, let me back this out. This is the storm that is now weakened on approach, so it brought a little bit of kind of grazing rain to Florence. Now that is weakening, not even close to severe, over Sun City in the Georgetown area. All sorts of rain. Okay, so here we go. So here's the new update. I'd imagine this is exactly what we were discussing. Let's see. Yeah, so severe thunderstorm warning. Looks like that's what they're going to do. I'm going to hop into the NWS chat real quick, and I'll take this full for you. Just to confirm with the National Weather Service in Dallas. Let me open up that. Again, our normal chat is EWX, which is Austin, San Antonio. I'll hop into FWD, which is the Dallas-Fort Worth chat. Let's see. Latest update from Matt, who works for the National Weather Service in Dallas. Outflow is outpacing the tornadic circulation at this time. Unless the feature wraps back up into the updraft in the near future, we will likely do a severe warning instead of a tornado warning downstream. That is exactly what they did. Further update, just 2 minutes ago, we've been advertising gusts around 65 miles per hour possible. Tornado potential has decreased recently. So it is more of a straight line wind concern now that is moving into northern Milam County, but again, that could change, so we will keep a very close eye on it for you. Now let's go back to Burnett, where we've got new activity developing back over the northern edge of the lake again. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for a good chunk of Burnett County now, which goes until 9 p.m. This is going to be mainly for hail potential once again. So latest hail that they are tracking, severe thunderstorm moving southeast at 15, golf ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds are possible with this storm. Let's see where the hail tracker is showing. Hail right now is falling in Burnett. Again, this could be quarter to golf ball size hail, but it does look like the hail potential has come down as a new updraft has prompted new hail back over the northern edge of Lake Buchanan again. But in Burnett right now, if you have any reports, again, I would say this is quarter plus size hail in Burnett and Gandy right along Highway 29 and Highway 281. And then we'll watch this new hail core, which is again kind of grazing the northern edge of Lake Buchanan again between Tau and Lake Victor. This storm again is moving southeast at 15, but I am seeing some signs that as these storms push a little farther southward, they are weakening. Now, next up, again, this would be a Williamson Northwest Travis storm. Let's do a storm track here with this southwest motion at 15. This is, again, kind of a broad brush. We'll go about like this. So these would be the areas out ahead of this, moving into Bertram as we speak, and Liberty Hill. I know we have, I apologize, I'm blocking it with the box there. Liberty Hill, 858. I know a lot of you guys have been asking. This storm could be moving in here in the next 30 minutes around 9 o'clock. Again, if it stays on its trajectory, not a guarantee that it's going to be severe. And just to finalize our discussion on the Milam County storm, National Weather Service says tornado warning will be allowed to expire in 5 minutes. So that is not going to be extended into, that it's not going to be extended into Milam County, and it's not going to be extended into our area. All right, and that brings us to Gillespie County, where I do have a little bit of good news, and that's that the heaviest rain right now is starting to move out of the area under the flash flood warning. We still have a severe thunderstorm warning, which is mainly centered over far southwestern Gillespie County for this hail core right along I-10. That hail core is producing quarter to half dollar size hail. And again, let me check in with the text of the warning just to make sure we're not missing anything. They're saying quarter size hail, severe thunderstorm located near Harper or 12 miles northwest of Kerrville, moving southeast at 10 miles per hour. So hopefully that hail core gets out of our KVUE area here soon. But we do still have that flood warning. That goes until 10:15. Here's a look at that. Again, it is still raining there, but I am seeing some signs of the heaviest rain letting up a little bit, and I hope that that happens because this is an area that really needs rain. But look at these accumulations. I mean, these continue to be very impressive, in some spots upwards of a half foot of rain. Now, there could be a little bit of exaggeration here because of the hail potential, again, that spikes the reflectivity, so that can give you kind of a higher radar estimate of rainfall. But let me just cue up some of the numbers here, and this is right along the Pedernales River. So I'm watching, there is a gauge along 87 that crosses over the river. There's a gauge there. I've been keeping an eye on it. It has not gone up yet. Again, the heaviest rain. Look at that, 7.4 inches of rain. The heaviest rain is a little downstream. We know how it works. You know, it's got to funnel down the system. But there is plenty of room in the Pedernales River right now. Last I checked this afternoon, the river was at 5 feet. Bank full stage is 12 feet, so there's 7 more feet just to get to bank full. And then flood stage is 22 feet. So we've got plenty of space before flooding is a big issue on the Pedernales River. However, some of these smaller creeks and streams and tributaries, stuff like that, that's more flood prone, that's what I want to be especially mindful of. I mean, just look at these totals. Crazy numbers. This area, though, does desperately need the rain. Extreme and top-level exceptional drought for those areas. All right, checking back in with both our National Weather Service friends in Dallas and in Austin, San Antonio. No further updates. Again, that tornado warning is not going to be extended into Milam County as that rotation has weakened, but there is a severe thunderstorm warning with gusty straight-line winds that could be 65 possible moving into Milam County right now. Also worth noting, we got an update from the Weather Prediction Center. They were highlighting essentially the entire KVUE area for localized flood potential. Again, there will be areas this evening that do not see rain, but these storms are producing heavy rain. In fact, there is now increasing potential here over northern Burnett County. I believe there's a flood advisory here. Yeah, so that green shading is a flood advisory. Remember, that's the step down below the flash flood warning. It means that minor flooding is possible. That storm is starting to drift down to the south, which would take the heavy rain with it, but there is new activity developing over northern Llano County. That's not severe right now, but it will need to be watched. Accumulations right now, here's what we're looking at. Let's get in a little closer. And let's get some, hey, again, Lake Travis, Lake Buchanan, we will take some rain getting funneled in there. Pretty widespread 1 to 3 inches of rain there between Taos and Lake Victor over northwestern Burnett County. So that is the situation as it stands right now. And by the way, here in Austin, just a nice Friday evening. Now, if these storms hold together, they are drifting in the direction of Austin. If they were to make it into Austin, it would probably be 9:30 or 10 o'clock. But it is also possible that these storms weaken and do not make it into the metro. So I want it on your radar as far as Friday night plans are concerned, but again, it's still not a slam dunk guarantee, far from it. Let's go back to Milam County. Again, a tornado warning is officially dropped off. The rotation has really weakened there, but this is still some big time straight line wind. Circle this for you. Here's where the windiest weather is, here near Rosebud. And that's diving southward and could impact places like Cameron. So we've got strong straight line winds that could be 65 miles per hour there. But fortunately, again, you can see that was rotating earlier. It is no longer rotating really at all, but it is producing gusty straight line winds. Severe thunderstorm warning does include most of Milam County and the Cameron area. Oh, and then the other thing I wanted to pass along, update from the Storm Prediction Center as well. Here's our new SPC Day 1 outlook. They have increased to the level 2 risk, which does go down to Austin. So again, it's possible storms later this evening could hold together into the metro, but for now it is the level 2 risk now. Let's see what the latest high-res data is doing. Doing a little bit better job as far as initialization. In fact, that's doing a whole lot better. Let's see. We'll go over this new data together. Well, it has kind of these existing storms trying to drift a little farther east and southeast, but pretty quickly weakening as they do so. Again, maybe bringing some rain, but probably weakening rain to the metro. And I tend to agree with that idea. I do think that midnight and beyond is going to be completely dry. I do think that it's possible there could be some stormy weather in the metro, but I do think this stuff's going to be weakening on approach. By the way, still 94 right now in Austin. Compare that to Fredericksburg, which is at 71 right now with all sorts of rain-cooled air. So that is where we stand. I'm going to get on the hail tracker one more time, and then I think I'm going to get you back to the radar loop. I'm going to work on putting together some stuff for our 10 o'clock newscast now that the hail potential seems to be cycling down here over Burnett County. That's still probably some quarter-size hail on the east side of Burnett, right along Highway 29. Again, if that holds together, it could move into Williamson County, but as of now, that's on the right trend. Over Gillespie County, there is a severe hail core. Over the far southwestern Gillespie County, rain does appear to be tapering off over central and southern Gillespie County. These are the areas that have the brunt of the flood risk right now. We have radar estimates of over 7 inches of rain. Hopefully this heavy stuff shifts down to the south and we can get some drier weather in there and kind of alleviate the flood concerns. But again, this is going to make a huge dent, I would imagine, in the drought. So that is the update. I'm going to get you back to the radar loop. If needed, we'll pop back on. We'll have our full newscast coming up on KVUE News tonight at 10 o'clock. All right. Hello, everybody. Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams here with you. If you did not just see us on TV on KVUE, we now have a new severe thunderstorm warning, this time including parts of southwestern Williamson County and also parts of northwestern Travis County. This is a storm that has a history of producing hail of at least quarter size, but this is on the upswing. I would say this could be closer to $half size hail right now, which is pushing into parts of Travis County and Williamson County. Here is the storm track on this one for you. And by the way, you can see our Zach Theater camera. I'll replace that with the tower cam here in a moment, where we're getting some lightning now into parts of the metro. In fact, I'll do that for you right now as you look at the storm track. Leander 916, Jonestown 922, Lakeline Mall 933, Cedar Park 927. Here is our tower cam. Again, got a vantage point of this storm as it moves into parts of the I-35 corridor. You can see the lightning off in the distance from this storm. Again, this is approaching Leander. I mean, look at that. Quite the strike right there. So we'll get you back to the triple box here, and I'll tell you where exactly the hail core is and how long this warning is going to go for. So here's the warning. It goes until 9:45. The storm itself is over far northwest Travis and is going to ride the Travis-Williamson County line and will bring the potential for hail. This storm had temporarily weakened, but y'all know how these hail-producing storms go. The storm pulses down, takes a couple of beats, and then pulses right back up, and that's been the situation here. So, hey, tell you what, new scans coming in even more impressive with a very significant hail core, which is over northwest Travis. This is going to pass very close to Leander. This hail core is strengthening very quickly. Let me show you this. This is going to be estimating 2-inch in diameter hail. That is lime-size hail now. Significant hail on approach to Leander. This could impact Jonestown. It's over northwest Travis now, heading towards Leander. And I do want to give you a heads up, if it holds together, Cedar Park is going to be impacted. So they just updated the warning. I would imagine they increased the hail potential here. I will go to the National Weather Service chat. Let's get in touch with them. They're saying, yep, they have upped the hail size. They now say damage threat considerable. 1.75-inch diameter hail is what we have with this storm. So that's going to be between ping pong ball size and lime size hail. Again, I want you to, if you're in Leander, take your hail precautions right now. Do not leave your car out in this if you've got a garage. Make sure you plan ahead right now to protect your property, as you've got a big hail producing storm which is moving in as we speak. Again, the hail core is increasing. It is not decreasing in intensity. Radar estimates as much as 2-inch in diameter hail. Let's do another storm track for this based on the hail core. And here's what we'll do. Let's get zoomed in. Again, this is moving southeast at about 25 miles per hour. A rough estimate on the worst of the hail. This is going to go beyond the warning. Again, but just want to give you the largest possible lead time. Leander, this is going to be moving in imminently. In fact, some smaller hail might be starting right now. Cedar Park 9:30. So you've got about 20 minutes in Cedar Park to take your hail precautions before the storm gets here. Lakeline 9:36, Anderson Mill 9:39, Jollyville 9:44, McNeil 9:47, The Domain 9:55, Pflugerville about 10 o'clock. This is going to pass through many North Austin communities, not too far away from Steck Avenue here where KVUE is. Again, hey, maybe this weekends. I would love for the hail core to weaken. Obviously, I don't want anybody to deal with this, but I just want you to plan ahead right now. Again, this hail core has been strengthening rather than weakening. Originally, it was quarter size. Now this is 1.75-inch diameter hail, so that is between ping pong ball size and lime size hail, which is moving into the metro as we speak. Again, those are the approximate timings. Now, outside of Austin, do want to give you an update on the rest of our area. It has been Gillespie County which has seen the brunt of the stormy weather today. And some good news here is that there is no longer any severe thunderstorm warning with this storm, although there is some small hail likely around the Harper area, and it is just pouring rain still. But you can see there is that flood warning. Let me pull up the flood warning. This goes until 10:15. There's been a tremendous amount of rain. We've got radar estimates that are 6 to 7 inches of rain right along the Pedernales River south of Fredericksburg. The heaviest rain, though, has shifted out of the areas that have seen the most rain. So that's good news. Again, this area desperately needs the rain, but let me show you what I mean here. I mean, look at that bullseye there, south of Fredericksburg on the east side of Morris Ranch. That could be, just to pull up some of the numbers for you, that could be 7.5 inches of rain. These numbers may be slightly exaggerated just because there's been a lot of hail here, so that amps up the reflectivity and it can make the computer think maybe the rain's a little bit heavier than it actually is. But nonetheless, there's been several inches of rain that has fallen here. So our constant word of caution to you, never drive through flooded roadways, especially not at night. It's just super dangerous. So please continue to be mindful of that situation. Back to our hail core, which is centered over northwest Travis right now. Again, the sky cam that you see in the bottom of your screen, that is our tower cam in Westlake Hills, pointed up in the vicinity of the storm. I tell you, our Oasis cam might also give us a good, I'm seeing lightning from our Kalahari cam also in Round Rock pointed into this storm. And our Oasis cam on Lake Travis is also going to be in pretty good position to see this storm. Again, I want you to take your hail precautions right now if you live near Leander. This is big hail. It could be 1.75 inches to 2 inches in diameter, and it's a hail core that is strengthening and not weakening. Right now, Ranch Road 2243, this big hail producing storm is right over you, and it's moving southeast. So this is going to pass into Leander, especially on the southern side of Leander. Walkerton, just going to call out some roads here. Crystal Falls Golf Club, Treviso Parkway, the big Treviso subdevelopment there in Leander, Boulder Amenity, Lakeline Boulevard, New Hope Drive, C.C. Mason Elementary School, Whitestone Boulevard, Christ Episcopal Church, FM 1431. Again, getting into a pretty populated area. Leander and Cedar Park. Want you to plan ahead. You've got big hail, which is coming in right now. Lakeline Mall, also going to be a close call. Jonestown, you have the potential for large hail as well. As far as the rest of the metro, again, I think this is a North Austin, South Williamson County deal rather than a core of Central Austin issue. It's going to be the northern areas that are favored here, Leander, Cedar Park. These are the two main areas where this storm is pushing through right now. And I've got the Facebook and all of this pulled up, so if you guys have any reports that you would like to pass along and can do so safely, we would really appreciate it. Looking here through Twitter and Facebook, seeing if we have any reports. A lot of folks, the sentiment today has been, yeah, we'll take the rain, but not the hail. I agree with you. Unfortunately, we have not been able to do that today. We've had tons of rain over Gillespie County, which really needs it, and we need rain here in the metro as well, but nobody needs 2-inch diameter hail, and that is what is moving in as we speak. Here, so I'm going to leave this. I'm going to get this zoomed in a little bit closer so some of the names pop up. Again, Leander, Walkerton, Cedar Park. Hail core is moving in. And I'm going to do, let's toss let's go router 1 here. And then I'm going to toss max 2. Give me 1 second here. That way we can do double sky cams. Because we have multiple vantage points of the storm, a big lightning producer and a big hail producer. This is the storm that has prompted a severe thunderstorm warning for northwest Travis and southwest Williamson County, Crystal Falls Parkway. This is moving in now. Ranch Road 2243, Baghdad Road, East Crystal Falls Parkway, again, Whitestone Boulevard, Park Street, into a good chunk of the heart of Leander around Treviso and into Cedar Park is where this big hail-producing storm is moving through. Here is our tower cam. Let me punch up a couple more. I think our Round Rock camera is going to have a pretty good vantage point into this as well. We'll go Kalahari, So here is our Kalahari cam. Let's get that pointed in the right vicinity. Yeah, so we're looking back to the west, and again, you can see quite a bit of lightning here. Not a storm where you want to be out driving in this. Again, it's a Friday night. I know folks are trying to get out and about, but let this storm pass through. It's moving at a decent clip southeast to 25, so it'll move through, but you don't want to be driving in hail that could be up to 2 inches in diameter. Again, that could be lime-size hail in some spots. Megan is watching in Leander. Megan, what's the size of the hail that you're seeing right now? What would you estimate is the size of the hail? Toss back into the 3 box here, and I'll pop up here. Again, I'm trying to get a second sky cam here in this 3rd box. Stand by with me as we get that pulled up for you. All right, there we go. So now we're going to be able to get this pulled up. So we've got tower cam on the top right. Wow, look at that lightning strike. And we've got a Kalahari on the bottom right. 2 vantage points of this hail producing storm. I keep hearing it hit my windows, but I can't see anything. Very heavy rain, maybe pea-sized. Hey, I hope it's only pea-sized hail. Again, this is, I would say, could be up to ping pong ball size to as large as lime size hail. Coming into Leander, Whitestone, Jonestown. So let's do, folks were asking for another future track as this moves southeast. In fact, if this thing keeps going more east-southeast rather than straight up southeast, it could be a problem for Round Rock down the line. Not a bad idea if you're in Round Rock to just go ahead and kind of think about getting the car in the right spot. Let's go. I'm going to make sure we get this lined up the right way. Here is where it is heading. Leander, moving in now. Cedar Park, moving in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Lakeline Mall, 9:33. Jollyville, 9:41. Round Rock, 9:50. Wells Branch, 9:51. Del Diamond, 9:57. Austin Executive Airport, around 10:09. Sealy, 10:14. And New Sweden, around 10:16. Again, this looks like more of a North Austin, Southern Williamson issue rather than a central to southern Travis County issue. Again, northern tier of the metro, Cedar Park, Jollyville, Round Rock, Leander. Few hail reports coming in. Just got a report of hail $half size. This was 3 miles south of Liberty Hill. So it's at least 1.25 inches in diameter. That would be, again, $half size. I'm going to turn on our hail reports and you can see where those are coming in from. So let's go. Let's take the storm track off and we'll get the hail reports turned back on for you. There's one. That one is $half size. Yep. Confirmation of at least $half size hail right now south of Liberty Hill. Walkerton, Cedar Park. You guys are on track for this hail core, especially Cedar Park. On 183 from Leander to Cedar Park, that's where this is going to track through. Really from Lakeline to Leander on 183 there. So if you know anybody who might be driving on 183, again, I'm not trying to derail anybody's evening. I'm not trying to make this more than it needs to be, but if it was me, I would not want to be driving with 2-inch diameter hail falling. So just make sure everybody's aware of this. It's Friday night. People are running around and might not know what's going on. Just make sure your friends and family are taken care of and in the know with this storm. Roxy, just heard loud thunder at Springdale and 290. Annalisa, hail falling for sure off Baghdad near Crystal Falls, quarter size. Taryn is also starting to hear a little hail and a little rumble there in Pflugerville. Again, thank you guys for the reports. We really appreciate it. Outside of this storm, which is in northern Travis and southern Williamson County, we continue to watch. In fact, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued across the hill country for parts of western Gillespie County. So again, here's the big picture. We've got a severe storm over Milam County. We've got a severe storm moving through northern Travis, southern Williamson. And then we've got a severe storm over western Gillespie and also a flood warning over southern Gillespie County. This Harper storm, let's see what kind of hail they're tracking in this one. That warning goes until 10 p.m. They're tracking quarter-size hail in that one. And again, the good news is that most of the heavy rain continues to track outside of the flood warning, so hopefully that's allowed to expire on time there in Gillespie County. There is, however, another storm. I mean, I tell you, it's been very active out here near Junction. This one, let's see what way that is moving. That one looks like it's going to hang out around Junction for a while, but if it gets a kick to the east, could be a factor for Mason County as well as northwestern Gillespie County. All right, let's get back closer to the metro and talk about our storm moving into Travis and Williamson. Here's a look at it. In fact, it looks like a little outflow getting kicked out there. So first the hail. Hail right now is south of Leander, at least the biggest hail. It's hailing right now in Leander, but the biggest hail, this is going to be closer to Jonestown. It's right over Treviso Parkway and Whitestone Boulevard. And we're starting to get into some bigger hail in Cedar Park and in Walkerton, Park Street, Lakeline Boulevard, Anderson Mill Road. Again, this is a pretty heavily populated area. Walkerton, Cedar Park, Lakeline Mall, Jonestown. Sizable hail is moving through now. Again, the National Weather Service is saying this could be half-dollar size, if not larger. We've got confirmed reports of 1.25-inch diameter, but I would say based on the radar estimates, it could be even larger at times, up to 1.75. That would be ping pong ball size to lime size hail. Lisa, hailstorm. Well, Lisa, you got any reports for us there? Annalisa, we have Lisa and Annalisa. Says so much hail. Annalisa's estimating maybe pea size. Lisa's saying about popcorn size right now in Cedar Park. That is her estimate. Again, our Skycam view, which you see here, this is our Kalahari cam, where we've got lightning. It is at 9:27 here. I'm going to punch over to the wall real quick. Let's go max 1 in the wall. We've got a cutting coming up at 9:30, so I'm going to walk over here real quick and prepare for that. So doing a little bit of a multitasking here. So let's get our graphics ready for this one. We'll start with the auto warn situation here. There we go. Warning again is until 9:45. We'll go into the hail tracker. We'll show where the hail is. Get some of the streets to pop up. Save that, and then let's do a new storm track on the hail potential. Again, it's kind of an east-southeast motion that we're tracking with the storm, so we'll do kind of rough approximate arrival times like that. And we'll drag things out about like that. Okay, so graphics are ready. Let's see, coming up on 9:28 with a minute to spare. All right. Hearing a little bit of wind coming in here to North Austin on Steck Avenue here at KVUE. I'm going to go grab my clicker real quick. What I'm going to do also is, well, I guess we can leave it at the wall here. You guys will be able to see it on the stream as well. Yeah, 9:30 works. Thank you. Thanks for sticking with us, everybody, doing a little bit of behind the scenes here with organizing our cut-ins. Make sure my IFB is on. All right. Time is 9:30. Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams here. Another quick update on a hail-producing storm that we are tracking. It is not too far from Leander, and it has prompted a severe thunderstorm warning until 9:45 for southwestern Williamson and for northwest Travis. This storm has a history of producing confirmed reports of hail at least half-dollar size, and radar estimates at times have been a little bit larger than that, maybe golf ball to as large as lime size. Here's where the hail is right now. It is close to Jonestown, and it is tracking directly towards Cedar Park as well as Lakeline Mall and passing now south of Leander. Again, this is hail that is at least half-dollar size, so if you live in this zone, make sure you are planning ahead, and I'll do the storm track for you. If you live in any of these areas, you've got a car out in the driveway and you've got a place where you can protect it, I would take that course of action right now. Here are the approximate timings. Lakeline Mall, 9:32, Jollyville, 9:38, McNeil, about 9:45, the Domain, 9:50, 9:56 for Windermere, Pflugerville, 10 o'clock, Austin Executive Airport, 10:08. Again, this is going to be a North Travis, southern Williamson County storm with the potential for hail, half-dollar size, if not larger. I'll get you back to programming. Our next update will be on KVUE News at 10. If you would like continuous coverage of the storm, we're live on KVUE Plus and all of our streaming platforms. All right. Okay, going to take you back over to the graphics. I apologize for the behind the scenes there, just trying to keep all the streams going here. James says wind and rain picked up here in Georgetown. Stephanie, no problem. Lisa's saying about popcorn size hail in Cedar Park. Doesn't sound too bad when you say popcorn size. All right, we'll get back into the boxes here. Again, we've got our Round Rock camera in the lower right. Here's the latest timing as this storm is tracking towards Cedar Park, towards Lakeline Mall, towards Jollyville, towards Windermere right now. Let's see, got our update from the National Weather Service. They are continuing. Looks like they have dropped the hail size slightly to 1.5 inch in diameter hail. So again, that would be half-dollar size hail. Robin says thunder is picked up near Sealy and Kelly Rain in Pflugerville. Okay, they have extended the warning now. Let's take a look at the latest warning. So here's the new warning. This now goes through a good chunk of the metro until 10:15. This includes the Domain, Round Rock, Austin Executive Airport. Let me punch up the latest text from the Weather Service. So they say a severe storm was located over Cedar Park, moving southeast at 25 miles per hour. Moving southeast at 25 miles per hour, capable of hail up to ping pong ball size, is what they are tracking. Locations impacted include Austin, Round Rock, Cedar Park, Pflugerville, Anderson Mill, Windermere, Leander, Manor, Laga Vista, Jonestown, Valenti, Brushy Creek, Wells Branch, Jollyville, and Camp Mabry. So now that we've got this southeast motion, let's do another little storm track here. And again, we will heavily favor the main hail producing part of this storm. And let's do some more updated timings. So here's the latest. Lakeline Mall moving in now. Yep, 9:34. Jollyville 9:41. The Domain 9:50. Here at KVUE 9:56. We'll be able to see in person if we get a little bit of hail. Walnut Forest 9:58. Maynard 10:16. Weberville 10:33. Look at all the lightning from our Kalahari cam. I'm keeping an eye on our tower cam too. That might be another good one to watch as this drifts now into northern Travis County. Again, hail potential, they say, has come down slightly, but they still have it at 1.5-inch diameter hail. So that would be ping pong ball size, $50 to ping pong ball size hail. And we've got confirmed reports of that, which are coming in. Yeah, you can see south of Liberty Hill and then north of Laga Vista, the two reports. We checked in with those earlier. Both of those are $50 size. Lakeline, it is coming in. It's going to be right over the Lakeline Mall. Again, here's kind of the street level. Take this full so you can read out the streets. Cypress Elementary School, Little Elm Trail, Anderson Mill, Forest North Elementary School, Pecan Park, Round Rock ISD Stadium, Cedar Valley Middle School. You know, all of these areas. This is coming into Jollyville, Jollyville Road, right along Palmer, McNeil, and then Wells Branch. And this is going to track around Wells Branch in the Domain. It'll cross over Mopac and cross over I-35. Looks like that's going to be close to Walnut Forest or Wells Branch. So that is the exact area in the path of our hail-producing storm, again, producing at least ping pong ball size hail as it moves to the southeast. Pam is watching in Cedar Park, says getting that hail right now at the Cedar Park High School. Taryn, is it moving through quickly? It is moving through at a pretty good clip. It's moving southeast at 25. And that's why, look, I know it's Friday night. The last thing you want to do is stop whatever you're doing and wait for a hailstorm to pass through. But personally, I would not want to be driving in this. It is moving southeast at 25. Give this thing 30, 45 minutes. This thing will be through. So it is moving. It's not a situation where it's stalled out or anything like that. But we have sizable hail right now. Moving into Whitestone, right along the 183 corridor from Lakeline Mall to Cedar Park to Walkerton to Whitestone. Right along the 183-45 interchange, and it's tracking directly towards Jollyville. If you live in Jollyville or McNeil, take your hail precautions now. Make sure all your property that's outside is protected. Again, this thing is still producing hail that is quite sizable. Here's exactly where the largest hail is now. C.C. Mason Elementary, Whitestone Boulevard, Anderson Mill, Discovery Well Cave Preserve, Buttercup Creek Cave Preserve, Park Street, Austin Community College, ACC, Cypress Creek Road, Little Elm Trail, and again, we had some of our viewers near Cedar Park High School, which is there on the southern edge of your screen, getting into some pretty sizable hail, heading towards, again, Lakeline Mall. That is where this big hail-producing storm is tracking, heading right towards Lakeline, heading right towards McNeil. Jason, can't confirm size yet, but looks like $quarter to $half near Baghdad and New Hope. Yeah, that checks out. I think that is very accurate. We're looking at least quarters, and then I think much of it is probably $50 to ping pong ball size hail. Thank you for that report, David. Christopher says hail starting near Palmer and 45. Yep, absolutely. That 45, 183 interchange. Again, Jollyville and McNeil, you guys are next up for this to be moving in. Thank you guys for the report. Again, just kind of going through Twitter and the National Weather Service chat. Here's a video. Ooh, I've got a video here from Leander. And John's got his car in the garage, which is smart. And looks like he's got, some small hail there. That's looking like maybe pea-sized hail there in Leander, but I do think that maybe the heaviest of the hail passed just down to the south. Here's one. I've got a report from Alex, $50 size hail, $50 to marble size hail, Cedar Park, Whitestone, Baghdad Road. Yeah, absolutely. I've got quarter size hail, a picture of it in Cedar Park. I'm retweeting all these on my Twitter, by the way, at Hunt_WX. So if you have any hail reports, would really appreciate it if you could send them in to me. Again, Hunt_WX. Here's another one coming in. Of hail in Leander. Looks like we've got hail coating the ground. A little bit of it. Yeah, that's looking like marble to quarter size hail there in Leander. Quite a bit of it. And this is what is moving through Cedar Park right now on the way to McNeil and Jollyville. So it's at 9:40 right now. We're coming up on 10 o'clock. At 10 o'clock, we will obviously do our full newscast. At 10, we will be heavily weighted on the weather, which right now is moving through Travis County. Again, we've got quarter to $50 plus hail over Cedar Park and Lakeline right now, tracking towards Jollyville, tracking towards McNeil. And again, this new warning has this heading towards the Domain also. Round Rock, especially southern portions of Round Rock, also hail precautions right now. You can see this is tracking in your vicinity with this new warning. Again, it's moving southeast at about 25 miles per hour right now. Getting a little bit of thunder here at the KVUE studios. So let me back out the view again just to show everybody what's going on. We have now just two severe storms, it looks like. We've got the one which is over Austin. We've got one which is over eastern Milam County. And the storm now over Gillespie County is not severe, but there is a flood warning there until 10:15. So the strongest storm right now is the one that is over the metro. Hey, look at this. Again, going to go to, let's see. This is our tower cam. Look at all that lightning. And also, going to take a look at some of the velocities here and some of the wind speeds. Yeah, we've got some wind coming in here too. So I've been mainly concerned about the hail, and again, that is the main threat, but also want to point out some of the winds. This storm is not rotating. It is, well, it's broadly rotating, but this storm is not a tornado concern of mine right now. But here's the reflectivity. Here's the wind. So coming into Lakeline right now, let's see what we've got. I'll cue up some of the estimates there. You know, technically to be severe winds, you need winds of 58 miles per hour. I don't think we have that, but as you can see, there could easily be some 35 to 45 mile per hour winds coming into Lakeline right now. And that's enough. You get windy weather and large hail, not the combination that you want on a Friday night. This thing's also dropping some heavy rain. Look at that, some 1 to 2 inch radar estimates for Leander. And this is going to expand down south into Whitestone and Lakeline Mall. Hail core looks like it is bigger as far spatially. It's covering a larger space, but the overall intensity may be coming down slightly. Hopefully that trend continues. Big clap of thunder right here at the KVUE studios. So biggest hail right now is right over Lakeline Mall and Anderson Mill Elementary School, moving into Jollyville. It's right over 183, and it's going to track down towards Duval Road and McNeil. This is going to impact many areas along Palmer Lane near McNeil, and I do think that this is going to bring hail shortly to the Domain area, the big Domain shopping center. Megan says quarter size hail a few minutes ago in Leander. Garrison is saying, what about Round Rock? It is about to start hailing in Round Rock. I am cautiously optimistic, though, that the largest hail is going to stay south of most of Round Rock. Again, I think it's more of a Jollyville, McNeil, then into northern Travis, again around the Domain, Wells Branch. I think it's that corridor that's on track for most of the hail. I do think you're going to get some small hail in Round Rock here in the next 5-15 minutes, but you're getting kind of grazed on the northern edge. So again, I would have the car inside in Round Rock, but I think that the biggest hail potential is going to stay just a little south of that. Yeah, Jollyville, McNeil, Wells Branch. Any other hail reports? Again, keeping an eye here on Twitter. Thank you to everybody who's been tweeting these images to me. Let's see if we've got any more. Oh yeah, I'm getting quarter to golf ball size hail from Roscoe. Not sure where that photo was taken from. Getting lots of hail reports being sent in. Yeah, all of this is at least quarter size hail. Again, I think that the worst of it is larger near Lakeline Mall in Jollyville. I think that is going to be closer to $50 or ping pong ball size hail. And we're getting ready for our full newscast coming up here at 10 o'clock. So what we're going to do in about 5 minutes is I might have to leave you on the radar loop for a moment as we get ready for the newscast. And then, of course, you can stream our newscast or watch us live on TV. Another report coming in from the NWS chat, quarter-inch hail in Lakeline and Cypress Creek area of Cedar Park. Conditions are improving now for that part of Cedar Park. Yeah, so the worst of the hail has passed through Cedar Park, is now passing through Lakeline, and is about to move into Jollyville. Jollyville and McNeil heading towards Wells Branch and the Domain. It's a new scan. Again, yeah, Round Rock is just getting kind of grazed by it. Hey, you can see the rain shaft. I think this is the rain shaft from our tower cam. I'll wait for the lightning. You'll see it illuminated there. Let's, I'm going to punch up, let's go. Yeah, here's Kalahari, again, in Round Rock. Lots of lightning getting grazed by the worst of the storm, where the bulk of the hail is just down to the south. But it is going to rain very heavily with lots of lightning, clearly, as you could see in Round Rock, and some gusty winds. Again, could be 30 to 40 miles per hour, but I think the worst of the winds here are probably under 50 miles per hour. Okay, another update to the warning. Looks like they have not changed anything here. Let's just make sure they didn't change the hail size. Yeah, they have not. They're still saying a damage threat considerable. Hey, they've upped the winds. They're saying winds as high as 60 miles per hour and 1.75 inch observed hailstones. Again, that would be $50 to ping pong ball size hail. Look at all that lightning. In fact, let's see how many lightning strikes we've got here. Very electric storms. So here's the updated lightning strike count. 197 lightning strikes. And I'll give you one last look at the hail tracker here, and then we're coming up on 9:50. So I'm going to take a quick pause, and again, you can stream our full newscast on the KVUE app or KVUE Plus or however you'd like. So the hail right now, the worst of it has moved through Lakeline and is moving into Jollyville. It's near the Hope House School, Canyon Vista Middle School, Great Hills Country Club, impacting parts of the Arboretum. So from the Arboretum up 183 to Jollyville, and this is going to pass over McNeil into the Domain. Looks like we're starting to get in on perhaps a little bit of hail here at KVUE. Wells Branch is going to be impacted. Again, this could be hail of $50 to ping pong ball size. Okay, so it is 9:48 right now. I'm going to put you on the radar loop here for a moment. Just bear with us, and in 10 minutes you can watch our full KVUE newscast coming up at 10 o'clock.
tonight. High winds and hail sweeping through the Texas Hill Country.
Big time heat continues over the weekend with an excessive heat warning now in effect. Feels like temperatures as high as 115 are possible.
Governor Abbott vetoing more bills, saying they're not as important as property tax relief.
An illegal curfew at an Austin apartment complex now lifted. Apartment managers now apologizing and explaining the mix-up.
Live from Austin, KVUE News at 10 starts now.
All new tonight, the storms that produced this hail near Gillespie County and Lake Buchanan moving into the metro as we speak. Believe me, we can hear them here in North Austin.
We certainly can. And as we take a live look outside, ooh, what a light show. We're seeing quite a bit of lightning streak across the sky over Austin just in the past hour or so. And let's get right to Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams to time it all out and tell us when this is going to be moving out. Hunter? Yeah,
the good news, Quita and Brian, is the storms are moving. They're moving southeast at about 25, but as they move through, they are producing quite a bit of thunder and lightning. You may be able to hear the thunder that we're getting here at our KVUE studios in North Austin, but the main concern is hail. Let me take you to the warning right now. A severe thunderstorm warning for far southern Williamson County, and then mainly this is a concern over northern Travis County. The warning goes until 10:15. Let me show you the hail right now. A history of $50 to ping pong ball size hail with this storm. You can see this is crossing over Mopac right now, and the brunt of the hail core passes between Camp Mabry here at Steck Avenue, our KVUE studios, and the Domain. A closer look at that. Again, this will cross over Mopac, areas around 183 and Walnut Forest. Make sure you are taking your hail precautions, as this again could produce hail up to ping pong ball size. Now, most of this afternoon and evening has been stormy over Gillespie County. Still some storms there. I'm watching the hail tracker. Most of the hail now is outside of our KVUE area, but a flood warning does continue for southern Gillespie County until 10:15. Radar estimates over 7 inches of rain. Let's time out storms over the next hour or two, talk about when they dissipate, and of course our other headline, the heat. All of that coming up in a few minutes.
All right, Hunter, we'll check in with you in just a bit.
And the main story for tomorrow, that's going to be the heat. And this week, we've been keeping a very close eye on the state's power grid conditions.
According to ERCOT's dashboard, electricity supply is keeping up with demand tonight, so that is good news.
It definitely is, but Austin Energy says the heat was to blame as more than 8,000 of its customers lost power last night.
2 pieces of equipment failed, and Austin Energy staff members say we should expect some equipment problems when temperatures are this high.
Those lines are hot anyway because of the current going through them. But when you throw in 105 degrees, 106, 107, that makes those lines even hotter, and it does present more of an opportunity for that equipment to fault.
Austin Energy wants to remind customers to have a plan of where to go to stay cool in case outages happen, and to sign up for text alerts. And you can text out to 287-846 to alert Austin Energy about an outage so they can respond more quickly. And having your AC work during these high temperatures is critical, but the reality is a lot of them break down. One Austin company says they average nearly 300 calls on a weekday and nearly 800 on a weekend for repairs. KVUE's Kelsey Sanchez explains how they handle the demand and what advice they have for homeowners.
The sound of an air conditioner running during these triple-digit temperatures feels like a luxury. And unfortunately, during the hottest months of the year is when a lot of units go out.
It is skyrocketed.
Roland Aristola is the vice president at Stan's Heating, Air, and Plumbing in Austin. He says the demand to repair and replace units is always high when summer rolls around. But his staff makes sure they have all the equipment they need ahead of time to make repairs fast.
You know, you have to be prepared for this, and we invested a lot to make sure that when a customer calls us, that their system is down, that we can get to them right away.
Aristola says to avoid the system from breaking down, it needs to be maintained.
Replacing your filter, making sure your filter is clean, because the system is kind of like the body. If it's not breathing correctly, it's not going to work right.
But if that ship has sailed, be mindful about cranking down the temperature and making your unit run harder.
The system's not going to do any better. Your thermostat is just a switch. it's still going to produce the same amount of air. It doesn't matter if you put it down to 60, it's still going to produce that temperature drop.
And for anyone who has an attic, insulation is very important.
Folks don't pay attention that a lot of times that if you don't have enough insulation, well, that heat that's in that attic is actually coming into the home.
Homes they hope to keep cool during these brutal summer months. In Austin, I'm Kelsey Sanchez.
Kelsey, thanks a lot. You can text the word heat to 512-459-9442. We'll send you tips on dealing with these high conditions. Remember, you have to text that number. Calling will not work. In other news this Friday night, it's been nearly 3 weeks now since the Southeast Austin apartment complex issued a mandatory and illegal indefinite curfew. Apartment managers now say not only has the curfew been lifted, it was never meant to be sent out in the first place. KVUE's Fort Sanders spoke to residents and apartment representatives about the mix-up.
Make sure you have your provisions before the 10 p.m. Sounds like I'm in some hurricane area that they have like a martial law. Stay inside, have all your stuff you need.
A week ago, we caught up with Christy Broadway, who's lived at the Array Apartments for 8 years. In late May, she got this notice from the complex saying there will be a mandatory curfew in place from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m.
If there is in fact a safety concern, tell me that. What is the safety concern? I live there.
This letter has now been seen by many. It's a mandatory curfew from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. at the Array Apartments and was signed by the property manager back on May 26. Well, now representatives from the apartment tell me directly that this was sent by an associate without the proper approval first. Well, on June 13th, they went ahead and rescinded this notice and apologized to tenants.
They had to say something to the residents because I am sure that residents were going in and saying, if they didn't necessarily see it because it was in their email, they definitely saw it on the news or saw it on TikTok.
The new note Broadway and the others got reads in part, quote, "The notice was incorrectly provided to you by one of our associates without previous management review and approval. Staff in the Array's leasing office confirmed for me Friday that the new notice did come from them. As far as staying in this complex, Broadway says she has a decision to make.
I'm thinking about it. I have until the 19th to let them know, and I have serious reservations about living somewhere where possibly again in the future you can't go outside.
Saying this experience has reminded her of the importance of speaking up. In Southeast Austin, I'm Ford Sanders.
Thank you, Ford. Tonight, we're learning more about how Ascension Seton Medical Center in Austin plans to stay staffed as hundreds of nurses go on strike. Unionized nurses announced this week they'll go on a day-long strike on June 27th to protest what they call unsafe staffing levels. Now, the hospital says it's working with a staffing agency to find temporary help. And any nurse who goes on strike on the 27th will be temporarily replaced and allowed to return to work on July 1st. In a statement, a spokesperson for Ascension says they're still negotiating a contract with those nurses and, quote, bargaining teams continue to meet to do the extensive and diligent work of bargaining an initial collective bargaining agreement, end quote.
New tonight, another big tech company headquartered here in Austin is cutting jobs. According to Insider, software company Oracle is cutting employees and rescinding job offers in its healthcare unit that handles hospital and medical data. Now, the company hasn't reached out to responded to our request for comment or said how many employees in Austin will be affected by this. But in earnings call today, actually back on Monday, Oracle executives said they would be making, quote, significant changes to their healthcare unit because its margins were nowhere close to where they want them to be. Still ahead, Southwest Airlines and Austin's airport both apologizing for long lines and delays this morning.
And Governor Abbott vetoing over 30 bills, and he says he's not done yet.
Plus, Juneteenth right around the corner, and we're going to take a look at the festivities happening around Central Texas this weekend.
And here's another live look outside where there is quite a lightning show going on this evening as storms continue to move through our area. And we have learned in the past couple of minutes that about 14,000 Austin Energy customers are without power right now. And Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams will be back with a closer look at the forecast in just a few minutes. Stay with us.
Welcome back to KVUE News at 10. Here's a live look at downtown Austin. Look at the lightning show going on. It's been an active weather night for just about all of North Austin as the hail, I can hear it still hitting the roof here on KVUE. Some thunderstorms rolling through the area. Power outages, in fact, being reported as well now by Austin Energy. In fact, 14,000 Austin Energy customers, about 2,600 for Encore, 1,500 customers for Pedernales Electric Cooperative, all without power at this hour. Hunter's back with that full forecast coming up in just a few minutes. Here's your news flash recapping Friday's other headlines. A defective baggage belt at Southwest Airlines ticket counter caused long delays this morning at Austin's airport and long lines. The baggage belt maintained by the airport now, not Southwest, but both Southwest and the airport apologized to the passengers.
San Marcos police are giving away free steering wheel locks to Kia and Hyundai owners as they see a spike in thefts of those brands of cars. To get a lock, you have to prove that you live in San Marcos and own a Kia or Hyundai.
Texas has the largest labor force in state history with 15 million workers. New data from the Texas Workforce Commission says over the past year, Texas created 500,000 jobs, outpacing all other states in annual growth.
The Austin Animal Center is waiving adoption fees for all animals until further notice. It's due to the extreme heat and mechanical issues with the AC at the shelter. Staff hope to get 18 dogs adopted over the weekend.
Governor Greg Abbott has vetoed more pieces of legislation as a fight over property tax relief drags on.
As of tonight, he's vetoed 31 bills that lawmakers passed in the regular legislative session. And in many of his veto proclamations, the governor wrote, quote, "At this time, the legislature must concentrate on delivering property tax cuts to Texans. This bill can be reconsidered at a future special session only after property tax relief is passed."
The Senate and House aren't any closer now to compromise on that tax bill. The governor has said he will not call special sessions for anything other than property tax relief until lawmakers send him a bill on tax relief to sign.
Juneteenth, celebrating the end of slavery in America, will be observed on Monday. And here in Central Texas, some Austinites are already celebrating. Today, Travis County hosted its annual event recognizing the holiday. The county celebrated with an event called Discovering Our Roots. It included a performance of the Black National Anthem, a DJ, Juneteenth trivia, and of course, plenty of food. The community also got a chance to meet the Buffalo Soldiers.
Over in Galveston, visitors now greeted with a new sign recognizing the city as the original birthplace of the Juneteenth holiday. The day's been celebrated there since 1865. It was made a federal holiday in 2021. Now, there are a lot of events happening this weekend, starting tomorrow. The Central Texas Juneteenth Parade is at 10 a.m. tomorrow, MLK and Salina Street in East Austin. The Austin Area Urban League is hosting Freedom Fest. That's in Colony Park. The Black Makers Market, highlighting black-owned businesses at the African American Cultural Center. That, of course, is on East 11th. And the cities of Bastrop, Buda, Georgetown, Hutto, and Round Rock all have their own festivals planned this weekend. To find that full list of all the events taking place around Central Texas, you can head on over to KVUE.com.
Ooh, you can't see it in this video, but you can definitely hear it. As we track storms moving through our area tonight, this is video of the hail that fell in Leander about an hour ago. And some of that hail, Hunter, was pretty darn big.
Yeah, we've had some reports of $50 to as large as ping pong ball size hail. We actually had a storm over Gillespie County where the radar estimate was up close to 2 inches. That's lime size hail. That sound pretty familiar to us, though. That's what it sounded like here at KVUE a few moments ago.
You can hear it in the roof.
Yeah, so North Austin, we have this hail-producing storm continuing to cycle through. Before we get to the radar, I want to show you some more of the hail reports had sent in. Cedar Park, Anne Marie sent this in. You can see that is larger than quarter size. Many of the reports here across the metro around $50 size hail. Here's another one from Aaron Moore. This was sent in from the Anderson Mill area. So here's our warning. In fact, we just got an extension of it, which now goes into parts of Bastrop County. The warning will go until 10:45 This is for hail that could be quarter size, if not larger, up to $half size. Let's track the hail core. Again, this crossed over Mopac and Steck Avenue, here where our KVUE studios are. Encouraging to see, though, that the hail core is starting to shrink. It's starting to shrink. As you can see, this is what I would call quarter size hail between 183 and I-35. Let's get in a little bit closer. This is going to be right over Cook Elementary School. So here's I-35. Walnut Forest right now is seeing this quarter size hail. This storm is moving southeast at about 15 to 25 miles per hour. Now, Gillespie County, we had a slow moving hail-producing storm that just sat over Gillespie County that did actually prompt a flood warning early over southern Gillespie County. That expired at 10:15 and is now dropped off. Still some strong storms out 290, Harper into southern Mason County, but none of those are severe at the moment. Just to show you how much rain fell over Gillespie County, look at this. This orange, that is 5 to 7+ inches of rainfall there right on the Pedernales River. Again, still there could be some flooding concerns over Gillespie County, but that is an area that really needed the rain, dealing with top-level exceptional drought. So, big picture, we have our severe storm over Travis County that is drifting southeast but is weakening now on approach to Bastrop County. A little bit of rain Williamson into Burnett, and then some stronger storms that continue over Gillespie County. How does this play out through the rest of tonight? Well, I think we still have another 1 to 2 hours where most of the stormy weather will be weakening, but it's going to take a while. So we're watching it in Bastrop County as activity moves to the southeast. By midnight and beyond, I think the rest of the overnight is going to be primarily quiet. We'll wake up in the upper 70s to low 80s tomorrow morning. Tomorrow, another excessive heat warning. This goes tomorrow and for Sunday with heat index values as high as 115. Now, tomorrow, the high temperature is actually a little bit lower at 101. That's because of an increase in cloud cover, a 10% chance for a late day storm. And then Sunday, we are up to 104 for the air temperature. But again, look at the hour-by-hour heat index tomorrow. That could be 115 to 116. So serious heat as you look at the 7-day forecast. Please continue to be very careful and mindful and staying hydrated. The hottest 2 days will be Monday and Tuesday, but a little bit of relief down to 99 by the tail end of next week. We'll be back after the break. I'm good, man.